Flame funnel. Ignis Rage. Panic Ring. Flare Storm isn't bad either. Okay, I still have one. I can always save it to grow. Flame funnel, and then I know Fireball goes insanely hard. Oh, okay. Try it out. An Orzhirk. To Toronto. Let's reach the fridge. Take 4 of that. Have all my attack equipment on, plus defense for myself. We should make a Fire Lord baton real quick. Do I have one? Bat. What? Oh yeah, I guess they would take the baton, but then they probably just put it like right here, right? Okay. Alright, so we put that on instead of that. Oh, maybe also make a fire. I don't have the fires. In that case, then throw on. Already getting it. Oh, wait a second. Wait, I don't have the fired talisman? Guess I didn't really need it, huh? I forgot that this is giving fire up. Well, actually, if I do that, then I can just switch that out. Now I'm getting pile attack up for me. Fire damage enhancement. Yeah, this is slightly more. Okay. All right. This is it. That Giga Slam. Let's go. Get out of there. Oh, that was bad. That was bad. Sorry, Orzurk. You shouldn't have taken that. All right, Neptilius, you're hanging in there. I'm gaming right now. I'm having to unleash more and more of my power. Not bad, Bjorn and Bastigor. Finishing move. Giga Clap. Get out of there. Respawn. Get him out of the beam. Finish this, Neptilius. My my Ocean King, Neptilius. All right, Clapperinoed. All right, we only have this right here. I already know that she's water. Um, Zerk's good, definitely good to bring. Reptilius is super good, just as a general pal. I think we Blaze him at Ryu, we're great, but against the water pal, you're not doing. Bring XENOLORD now. Also, we could bring Cross Stallion for Sylvegus. Because it's like, I'm kind of not getting hit at all if I'm just avoiding things. Like during that fight right there, I didn't take any damage. There's like the weird water rising mechanic that I'm not sure how to deal with. Alright, let's try this. Put my glasses real quick. So 2 defense. Huh? It's like I'm typing it and it just fucking disappears. Okay. Those. Seven out of 8. Cross Stallion. Should be okay. That's not the surgery table. That is insane. Okay. Vader, Demon God. We keep the Musclehead because, yeah, I'm not sure what else I would even give him. Immortality maybe instead, but I don't know. 6,300. Look at that. Freaking cracked, man. Need to cook up. Oh wait, we got some more. Okay, actually no. Oh. I don't have the water ring? I have the water talisman, but that's Well, let me see something. Is it, if it's really just, I can go. It is toggleable. Oh. Alright, so we have PAL defense up, attack up 4, electric enhancement up, health up 4, attack 3. Okay. Neptilius, you need different moves than water. You're good. Got all your lightning moves. Fine, you can just use last thing. Instead of beam flash, let's do Omega laser. Okay. Like, that is insane. But I mean, I really don't need Palexite ingots for anything else. Like, I'm getting a good amount of ancient spheres just coming in from the freaking expedition. I think I do this because the beam scatterer goes so hard. Screw it, we'll do it. We're not going to use it just yet, though. How much durability did I use? Okay, only a third. Okay. Alright, this team has potential. Frost Stallion may not look like he's providing anything, but during the water rising phase, I'm just going to get on him and fly out of it. I can't think of anything else to do. Alright, let's go give it a little look. Oh wait, I was gonna give him. How long do you have on your food buffs? No seconds. Bang. Boom. Join boss battle hard. Confirm. Okay. Okay. I can do. Walk in. Okay. Hmm. Get him, Frost Alien. XENOLORD? Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay, I panicked. I giga panicked. I I definitely need Sylvgis for that fight. For sure. That's what I learned from that. Okay. Hmm. Um. Like I couldn't even really fight him there. I was doing good damage though. He already has lightning strike. Yeah, he does. I just give it to Ilya. I don't know. Aqua Surge, Geyser Gush does massive damage. Try, try this. It was bad because of durability get on this. I guess I didn't even really get to see the fight. We got buffs on him. We do. All right. Wait. Wait, that's stupid. You can't. Okay. There we go. V. and that chunked him nice, or is there... Now XENOLORD? Hartalis, this is your zone, man. Yeah, I can fly. Okay, good job 1v1ing him, Hartalis. That explosion did so much. Hit him with it. Oh my god, XENOLORD, you almost died, you crazy son of a bitch. Once again, Hartalis, finish this. Oh. Yeah, I definitely have Samurai. Samurai. Samurai A. I mean, I haven't seen it like since I've been playing this game. Like I've had eye photos before, but I haven't had that stuff in a while. Like it was like that's weird. You say that, and it's something I used to notice a lot back then. Uh-uh. It's just yeah, but it's like it's been so long. Like you unlocked a hidden memory right there for me. I'm like, oh yeah. Like I don't know what happened. It just kind of stopped. Are you getting enough sleep? I don't know if that could affect anything. Because you know, the when I remember it the most was when like I was had very little sleep and like car rides across the country when I was a kid. Well, not across the country, but oh, well, I mean, outside sucks anyway. So yeah, I never got it checked up. Because it was only happening when in those like extreme things of tiredness or something. Like you could see like all the stuff moving around. And hello Emily here 3. You're definitely not gonna try and sell me emotes or try and get me on Discord. I'm just gonna okay. So wait, you've had that for like 2 weeks now, Samurai? That's okay. Maybe you got something going on there. Have you thought about going to a doctor maybe, or like have you Googled it at all? See what might be happening. I Google everything. I'm like, oh, it's gonna tell me I got like 5 different kinds of cancer. That's cool. Bring it on, I suppose. So like, if you have a question about something, what do, Samurai? You don't like Google it. I'm just curious. Yeah, I would say Reddit's even worse than Google, because I don't know. That's just my opinion. Uh, yeah, that's brutal, Samurai. And Emily here, I've been playing this for like I've got about like 400 or 500 hours in it, and half the amount of hours was when the game first came out, and then the other half has been since 1.0 has come out. Yeah, Power World just eats up time, and it's such a strong distraction. How far are you in Power World Samurai? Have you beaten the end boss, or you on the hard mode? And then Emily here, I play like a bunch of different games. And Emily here, you're asking me what my favorite games is because you're trying to figure out what kind of or something to try and make to show me. You're so obvious, bro, but like I like messing with you guys. Mmm. Do you know 55 hours is a good amount of time. I will say you shouldn't feel bad. Like I've left my game open multiple nights in a row just to farm materials because it's like, why not, you know? Hmm. Nice. Well, maybe I shouldn't go attempt. Yeah, exactly. But like, would you have everything set up? Like for me, look at this. Hold on. Like I've got 25,000 ore right now. And I haven't farmed it in a while. I just set up auto. Like I super like set up my bases very efficiently. You could say. And if you notice, I have all four of my bases close together. So that way, when I'm leaving it on overnight, everybody's working at full effectiveness because it's all in my like line of sight and loaded. But like over here is like, oh, my farm area, or like the ranch area, and then here's the farm area for food. And then this base is the egg hatching slash altar boss. And then this base is main production and storage. Yeah, exactly. And because eventually palladium is going to be a huge block for you. But if you have ore constantly getting mined, you can in the crusher just make like a bunch of it. Like it uses 10,000 ore, but with enough ore going, you'll be fine. I've also like I've gone super hard with it from each of my work pals here. Look at this. They all have like work slave artisan demon's hand remarkable craftsmanship, and I've buffed their crafting skills up to 9 at least just through all the books I've been getting. So they work very fast. Oh yeah. Expedition is carrying me right now. Like it gives such good rewards. Like, I'm getting the best spheres, Mammarist meat for attack food, and just other nice things, like more relics. Hmm. Oh, you're on Sakurajima. That makes sense. Yeah. I don't know if you've been doing this, but when I was like still leveling and while just like clearing through the game, if I saw a dungeon, I would just do it no matter what, just to get the elixirs. Because all my stats are like almost all my stats except stamina are maxed out just because of all the remedies and everything. Oh heck yeah. And then hello Poppy Bennett 1, you're back, huh? No, I still don't want any emotes or custom art or panels or anything, right? Also, this thing is a lifesaver. Oh, and the surgery table. I don't know if you've been making use of the surgery table. That's how like everybody has Serenity, Musclehead. And then later on, you can start finding like Demon God and stuff like that. Like it's so nice that you don't have to like sit there and just breed thousands of eggs trying to get the best passive skills. You just come over here, put them on the table, give it to them, and you're set, you know? Then another thing, I don't know if you have the Pal Tamer glasses, but you should. They are so important. Because it lets you see their IVs. Because getting their IVs to 100 is the most costly thing in the game. So if you can catch pals that are in the 90s or 80s, that will help you out a lot. And you can only see those values if you have the glasses on. Because once you take the glasses off, it goes away. And they also give you mercy hit, so it's easier to catch pals. But you probably already have them. I'm just throwing out random stuff. So I've beaten all the hard modes. Only one I have left. Oh man. Samurai, are you still here? If you care about spoilers, I will not go try the last boss on hard mode. Because it is a cool reveal at what it is and everything. Big Plasma to read. Actually, do I need Jet Dragon? Oh, he's in my party. I'm like, am I blind? Where's Frostallion? Okay. Boss killer. Oh, we do actually need Plasmid Ryu in the party. Got that. Crush that. Got Jet Dragon instead of Eternal Engine instead of Infinite Stamina. Oof. That's good. Almost nighttime. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Go to the World Tree area. Oh. We're all lined up. It's where they really switch it up on you when you get to the world tree, because before this I had not killed so many pals, but the only way to get holy water is from the fountains and killing or capturing pals, and I'm not going to capture every single one of them. So it's just turned into like a murder fest out here trying to get holy water. Oh, oh, I almost didn't get that huge ominous egg. Oh, random skill fruit tree there. And this, from what I have found, is the most efficient way to farm ancient relics. And maybe, but not holy water, but it's still decent holy water. Oh, I know. I need Turtis Primo. That was almost trolling right there. All right. Especially with this setup I have. Since he's dark, he's weak to dragon. Wait, XENOLORD, you didn't even get in range. I forgot, he has the wrong skills on too. This right here is what peak efficiency looks like for farming. Let's try Dragon Meteor. I'm curious about something. I'm kind of low on gold, so I'm gonna go sell everything. Oh wait, that's Toka Toka Feather. Oh, there it is. I like, did I pass it? Okay. I thought these used to use Predator cores. Oh well, either way, they're useless on hardcore. Oh, I need those. That's what they're called, right? Elixirs. Hold on. Oh, stamina's. Oh, there. Nice. Whew. I was thinking they might sell for a lot. That's good. That's almost 624K right there. Get rid of all of the. Nice. Go. Plant a skill fruit. Hold on. AFK 1 second. Yeah, I had to take. The vest was getting to me, let's say. That's some good relic drop. Oh, that's what's going on. I don't have Zerk in my party. That makes sense why he's not just instantly killing him. Even better. For example, like look at this. So this is what he's at without Zerk's buff. 48-29. 8463. Like, you need Orzerk. And that's why I'm using Drone Launcher, because it instantly stacks up the Orzerk passive. And thus, that's why you have Tetrois Primo in your party, so that way your Drone Launcher doesn't instantly break. Yeah, now this is pod racing. Oh, I didn't mean to shoot an arrow at my boy. Oh, pilots have returned from their expedition. Oh yeah. I'm in danger. I've seen people rank Dandylord as a pretty good pal, but like his typings don't seem good. Grass dark, so you're weak to dragon and fire? Like fire is one thing, but weak to dragon is... it's not good, as you can see. Yeah. Yeah, my setup for this boss is... it's too good. It's just you're setting up, the combo. Dark is weak to dragon. He has dragon attacks. Then Lazamut Ryu increases dragon weakness damage by another 50%. So he's just going in. I'm not even sure why I'm doing this. I'm just afraid. Like doing the last boss on hard mode, it gives me some fear, I must say. Because I don't remember if he's. Because I should have a pretty good team to handle him. I'm pretty sure this form is normal, but I don't remember what form, like what this was. Uh, he has no type disadvantage? Regular form? That can't be correct. See, the site doesn't show me. I mean, do I just go in there? Do I just give it a go? Okay, we'll get up to 10 with glistenings again. And then from there, after that, see if we can get some good stuff from it. If not, then we'll just go try Astralium hard mode. Oh, man. Confirm. It'd be cool if I could just hit enter so I could do one hand. Hmm. Let's see how Blaze him at Ryu does. Oof. Okay. I mean, that was about as fast, I think. I can't tell. Even though I know I'm not gonna die, whenever I see my shield just get instantly deleted, it does spook something inside me, I will say. Wait, why is he still alive, Xenolord? What the hell happened? Dude, I love how his move is like going gear fourth. And just like inflating his arms and clapping them. Where'd my mouse cursor go? Okay, there we go. That was strange. So screen translate by box speed orb, okay. What am I even doing anymore? No? It's like I just come in here, I summon XENOLORD, he sometimes trolls, sometimes he doesn't troll. What are we doing with ourselves, XENOLORD? I'm almost at 10 glistening. Wait, am I at? Okay, I haven't gotten one yet. Oh, okay. Please, please, Dandy Lord, I will stop killing you for a little bit if you just give me one more glistening. Oh, there it is. Okay, I can go back to base. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Put those in there. Come over to this hearing machine. Set all of these there. Let's go find the demon hand herself. Here you are. Drop that shit. And we'll power it on. Then be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Okay, so the thing's full. Let's see what we got. And Uh, eh, never anything good. Like all of that I've done, and it's just like feels like I shouldn't have, and I should have just been fishing. But I don't know, like all the fruits and everything are super nice, I must say. Uh, so you guys better put the Mamarest meat in the refrigerator. Okay, they did. Good. Delete those real quick. That. I guess I'll just keep the other armor on me. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, I'm so confused by this app. Uh, hmm. Okay, sorry, I'm figuring this thing out right now. It's an app to translate Japanese text so I can read what's going on. Oh, and the Disgaea RPG. Wait, where did you guys put the curry? You didn't put it in the refrigerator, you sons of... Oh, they put it in the food box, didn't you? Oh, there we go. Speaking of food box, oh yeah, still 8,000. What about over here? You guys, good? 600 only? Okay, we'll make some stone. Oh, I'm out of onion. Okay. Hey, loot. The main ball. Okay, it's kind of working. A little bit. Uh, yeah, these units are okay, but the rates worry me. I'd rather just, if I was gonna do anything on a banner, it's only good unit. Oh, I've got a random 4-star ticket. Yo. Alright, time to just try Australian hard mode. My drone launcher might break during the fight, and that could be very dangerous. Oh, cool. I can just have everything ready. Nice. Pull that out. Summon XENOLORD. Hit him with the boost gun. Challenged it. $5 million HP? $5 million? Yeah, this is like... I don't get what they're saying. Like, does it mean that a raid, can I summon can I have my team and then I can summon a team? Is that what it's trying to say? Because it wants to use Gobfin and Gobfin Ignis. And apparently Necromis is like super needed for this. Like, I need to go test this real quick. Hold on, let's go to well, actually we're gonna farm the water and then go back to base. Uh, wait, hold on. Have I really been trolling this entire time? Let's just take a... Sure, Bellinor Liberio. Cool, it's just gonna show all the slabs. Alright, yeah, Bellinor Liberio slab right. Wait, I can bring materials in? I always wondered what the fuck is this for? Oh, it's so I can just pull out... Dude, my mind is so blown right now that this is even a thing. This whole time I'm like, dude, the DPS check is pretty high for these fights. That's actually crazy. Like, I could build structures too here if I wanted. So they're saying the strategy is have 15 necromuses, and I just put them all out here. I, that's a that's that's so crazy. So I was doing these raid fights just by myself. I mean, which is good because I feel like they would have died in the XENOLORD fight, and I have no way to dismiss them. That is insane. Wow. Wait, I need you. Where the heck did I even get this? Is that actually better than what I have on? First, let's sleep. No, it's not. Like, I don't even know how I feel about this. Like, that is so insane. Damage is kind of garbage, but what is this? Okay, wait a second. I had such a great idea right now. Whoa. Okay. Okay. So I'm like, how the hell am I gonna get all these Giga Ecremists? And then it makes sense. I just get one or maybe two with the passives, and then I put it onto an egg. Yeah, go. All this cake I left in here been deleted yet over time? Oh, nice. It doesn't delay. It doesn't. Oh, it needs Amarest meat. Okay. Oh, I also need to make a. Pals are managed through holograms. Oh. Oh, I can just hit F. Yeah, pure back real quick. Can't even really telescope. Actually goes kind of hard. Wait, what? Huh. I don't know if you got. If it's still gonna have to be base pals, take it over here. I need to go. Oh. I'm gonna need power generator. Makes it easier to fish up talented pals? Hmm. Oh, nice. I needed these mana rest. Hold on. Glasses back on. Wait, disconnected. Did my internet just die? No? No? Wait, no, we're good. Reconnection successful. Strange. Okay. Oh. Internet? Are you okay? Hello? I thought that was one fish. I was like, how is it so big? Getting Mamarest curry, but not what I really want. I'll give him one chance to get in the ball. Okay, wanted to survive. Just like the RNG is just so bad for me. Like so many chests, so many fish, so many towers. 0 treasure maps. 0 yellow patterns. It's constant. Oh, that's actually something useful. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I can just hit Q for no reason. XENOLORD is kind of quick. I wonder how fast he would be moving passive. Or I can just toggle. I don't have to hold it. That is very good. That was it. Okay. Alright, screw. Don't know when I would need that. God of Destruction, Bastigal. Dropping not that many frames. What? My internet not connected right now? What's going on? Uh, guys hear this ad going on right now? Watch who? That piece of shit isn't there. Surprising. On all the time. Once again, I'm cursing. I'm sorry. And I'm also attacking titled. Double cringe. Get up and try and find charger for my razor here in a second. There's people literally just sitting above tarot cone spawns here. What is... Alright, we're going up. I'm gonna go to the island. Oh! A single cone. Now I can get back to flying in circles again.
Four, three, two, one. Liftoff Starship.
Hello, viewers. It's the Angry Astronaut. A lot of you put real money into
I am
SpaceX
actually not
stock
the
after the June
astronaut, for the
IPO.
record.
You watched the hype, the
I'm watching
$1
this guy's
trillion
video.
valuation, the AI narrative, and then the second quarter results dropped on August the 4th, with revenue nearly doubling year over year to $7.8 billion, crushing expectations of around $6.8 to $6.9 billion, $1 billion more than investors were anticipating. And net loss narrowed dramatically from $541 million down from over $1 billion a year earlier. The adjusted EBITDA, which is essentially how much money the company made before you apply depreciation, taxes, all that other stuff, surged 191% to $3.5 billion in profit. Starlink revenue hit $4.29 billion. AI revenue exploded to $2.56 billion, and the space segment even beat expectations, with operating losses shrinking to just $143 million. And the stock? It dropped hard, down 7 to 13% after hours and into the next sessions, trading around $108 to $110 range at the time of me recording this, well below the $135 IPO and light years from the post-IPO peak near $225. Almost everybody that invested in this stock is losing money. Market cap wiped out hundreds of billions. Viewers are furious. How is this possible? Well, this isn't financial advice. I need to keep emphasizing that. I'm analyzing the situation as someone who's watching both SpaceX and Rocket Lab as a comparative.
Hi, it's Katrina. To millions of visitors, the Grand Canyon is a spectacular natural wonder. But to the Hopi people who have inhabited these lands for thousands of years, it is something far more profound. It is the cradle of human existence. Every great culture has a creation story, but few are as
Nice.
detailed
Mana Thistle
or
good
as
though.
mysterious as that of the Hopi.
2.
Long before modern archaeology began mapping the continent,
Good.
Hopi oral tradition spoke of forgotten worlds, underground cities, and ancient migrations that rewrite everything we think we know about North American history. From legends of insect-like gods and subterranean rescues to mysterious clan migrations and end-of-time prophecies, the lore embedded in these canyon walls is as chilling as it is fascinating. Today we are venturing into the high desert to uncover what the Hopi say was really living in the Grand Canyon. The Hopi gods of the Grand Canyon. In the beginning, there was darkness and space. In the first instances of time, the Hopi sun spirit Tawa created the first world and all the creatures in it. But these creatures weren't humans. They were insect-like beings with too many arms and hard shells. They were like human-sized bugs living unhappily in caves. The world was not particularly nice. Tawa realized the error and sent Spider Grandmother to the world below. Spider Grandmother, the goddess of wisdom, led the weird insect like creatures on a long trip into the second world, where they changed appearance. They shifted from insects into wolves and bears, but still, they were no happier than they had been when they were insects. So, Tawa created the third world and sent Spider Grandmother to move the wolves and bears there. When they arrived, they transformed into people. The new human creatures seemed a lot happier
Okay.
than the last ones, so Spider Grandmother taught them the skills they would need to survive. She showed them things like weaving and pottery and how to master fire. What happened next is the same thing that happened in the Bible. Evil began to fester among the newly created humans. They grew sinful, gluttonous, and disrespectful to the spirits. It was up to Spider Grandmother to lead the non-sinful humans of the third world into a new fourth world. The goddess of wisdom shoved a large hollow bamboo reed into the third world and connected it to the fourth world. The people were then ushered through the hollow reed like a tunnel between the worlds. Can you guess where the opening was?
The
Legend
Grand
has it
Canyon.
The opening, known as Sipapu, is in the Grand Canyon. The humans with good and pure hearts were able to make it through the reed tunnel and into the new world, leaving the sinful wretches behind. The newly arrived humans in the Grand Canyon became known as the Hopi. They went on to occupy the canyon lands, forging a new destiny in a new world. If that story of a corrupted world being cleansed by water sounds familiar, it's for good reason. Just like the famous flood narratives found in the Bible and other ancient traditions, an alternate version of the Hopi creation myth features a global flood. In this alternate tale, Tawa destroys the third world and all of its rotten, corrupted souls in an epic flood. But right before Tawa sends the flood to eradicate the bad apples, she appears to the righteous and tells them how they're going to survive. Spider Grandmother seals the good-souled humans into hollow reeds, which they used as boats. They sailed across the flooded third world and into the pristine fourth world, where only good people would live and where evil would always be defeated. It's really hard, or maybe impossible, to ascertain which of these myths is the accurate original, but either way, they both give us excellent insight into Hopi mythology. They treasured the Grand Canyon as a sacred space because that was where they lived, so naturally it tied into their legends. They believed that when they arrived in the fourth world, it was through an opening at the bottom of the canyon. As for the flood myth, there are a few possibilities to explain it. It's possible the Hopi did experience a flood that was devastating enough to make it into their origin story. Or it's possible that Christian traditions blended with Hopi mythology at some point in the last few centuries, and this tale emerged through that union. Don't go anywhere yet, though. The story is not over. Once the Hopi arrived in the fourth world, they needed to conquer it. They broke into groups and went on a series of great migrations. Sometimes the migrants would stop and build a town only to abandon it a year later and continue on their journey. But no matter what, they always left the symbols of their culture behind on the rocks to show that the Hopi had passed through. Over a long period of time, the divided groups formed new clans and took on new names. They traveled far and wide, splitting apart and pushing into the extreme corners of the world. This is likely a story aimed at describing how the Hopi people populated the entire planet, creating all the different cultures and languages of the world. But there was one place they couldn't spread into. To the north, the Hopi were met by a land of snow and ice that they could not travel. They believed this was the back door to the fourth world, through which a different culture had passed through to enter the world. While not
Damn.
confirmed, many historians and folklorists believe this part of the story is talking about the Bering Land Bridge. The Hopi appear to have understood that more than 10,000 years ago, humans migrated into North America from Siberia. There is no way of knowing how much the Hopi knew about these ancient migrants, but they were clearly familiar with the migration event. They knew that some people had come into North America from the north, and others, like themselves, had migrated across the sea. That's clearly what their origin story speaks of. There's the one version where they emerged through a tunnel, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. It would make more sense if the flood version was the original version, with the Hopi coming to America in a series of primitive reed boats. It sounds like something that's more than a story. It sounds like a cultural memory immortalized in folklore. Archaeologists and anthropologists are becoming more and more convinced that there were multiple migration events to America. It's becoming more popular in the mainstream that some early humans walked across the Bering Land Bridge and others paddled, possibly from China to California. Could the Hopi origin story be proof of multiple migration waves to the
Damn.
Americas from different parts of the world? Let me know your thoughts. The secret origins of the Snake Clan. The ancient Hopi Snake Clan tells a tale as old as time. It's the tale of a hero's adventure and how one man's curiosity brought the mysterious snake people to Arizona more than 1,000 years ago. The hero in the Hopi's origin story was named Tiyo, a young boy from the village of Tokonavi near Navajo Mountain. Tiyo was a curious and adventurous young boy. He used to sit on the banks of the Colorado River and wonder where its waters flowed. He asked everyone he knew what was at the end of the river, but no one could answer him. No one alive had ever seen the river's end. So, Tiyo took it upon himself to embark on a journey and solve the mystery. He hollowed out a cottonwood log so that it looked like an empty barrel. Then he got into it and floated downstream until he came to the ocean, where he ended up drifting far into the vast sea, known to him as the Great Water. Our wayward hero floated onward until he washed ashore on the island of the Spider Grandmother. There, he sought her aid in a subterranean prayer chamber. In Hopi mythology, the Spider Grandmother, goddess of wisdom, is able to change her form at will. She's considered the second most important deity next to Masa'u, the god of death and fire.
Oh,
After
shit.
gaining the blessing of
God of death and fire. I'll play the video in a second.
the goddess, Tiyo walked across a rainbow bridge that connected Spider Grandmother's island to another island in the distance. This new island belonged to the Snake People. After facing many trials on the island and putting to sleep a gigantic rattlesnake with a special tonic that Spider Grandmother had given him, Tiyo descended into an underground chamber. The chamber walls were covered with ceremonial snake skins. Inside, a group of mysterious men awaited our hero, their faces painted in metallic black iron. They wore blue kilts and wore necklaces of coral beads. The Snake People tried to make the hero dizzy by offering him very strong tobacco, which may in fact have been marijuana. Once they got Tiyo a little wacky, they put on their costumes of snake skins and turned into actual giant snakes. Since the hero kept his composure and didn't run away during this show, the Snake People turned back into ordinary humans and taught him their secret snake ceremony. The snake ceremony dance is still performed every year in August during the annual Hopi festivals. Tiyo was welcomed by the Snake People with open arms after the ceremony. He even married a beautiful woman from the tribe and brought her back home to Arizona with him. After they returned, Tiyo's new wife gave birth to a brood of snakes. Those snakes slithered out into the village and began to bite Hopi children. Tiyo had to go back to the Snake People to get help for his wife so she would give birth to human children instead.
What the
legend
fuck?
ends with the Snake Clan migrating into Tiyo's lands, where they established themselves in the cliff dwellings of northern Arizona. What's amazing about the myth is that those cliff dwellings are real. They can be seen at the archaeological sites of Betatakin and Keet Seal. And here's the thing. There is no evidence at either site to suggest the Hopi ever lived there. Instead, the cliff dwellings date to an even older culture known as the ancestral Hopi, or more commonly, the Ancient Ones. Many believe the Ancient Ones were the very real snake people who came from across a vast sea to settle in the American Southwest.
Yeah.
But who these people may have truly been and where they came from has been lost to time. Could the Snake Clan have been ancient seafarers from Europe, the Near East, or somewhere like Egypt? Or could it be that the Hopi encountered envoys from the Maya or Aztec civilizations? Let me know any theories you might have in the comments. And don't go anywhere yet, because I still haven't told you about the Ant People. The legendary
the Ant People
of the Hopi. In the high desert of northern Arizona, the Hopi have thrived for thousands of years. The barren yet beautiful landscape of the Grand Canyon and surrounding area is home to ancient pueblos, stone apartment complexes where the Hopi survived on corn, beans, and squash. As they flourished in this desert environment, they told stories of how they came to exist. While we've already explored the Hopi origin worlds, the true scale of their journey unfolds in the dramatic end of the first chapter. The first world, occupied by the insect people, ultimately met a catastrophic end, utterly obliterated by fire. Some historians suspect this narrative reflects ancient memories of a massive volcanic eruption or an asteroid strike, an event so fiery and epic that, to the Hopi, it felt like the destruction of the world itself. The second world met its end by ice. Hopi tradition says the world was basically swallowed by glaciers, freezing everything solid and sending everyone running for their lives. Now, depending on the version you read, this world was supposed to be occupied by wolves and bears. But ancient creation myths are incredibly fluid. Just like how there are a dozen different versions of the Great Flood story across world history, these oral traditions are all about the big picture and the imagery, rather than sticking to a rigid script. During the Second World, there is a story that says the Hopi fled underground with help from the Ant People. The Ant People lived in subterranean caves and underground cities, which were spacious enough to protect the Hopi while they waited out the great freeze above. The Ant People, known to the Hopi as Anu Sinom, were generous, kind, and industrious. While the Hopi lived with them, the Ant People taught them ways to improve their society. They showed them how to properly store food when supplies ran short, and how to survive in style without sunlight. Something similar can be found in many different cultures around the world. Early human societies were often said to be assisted by gods, spirits, or some mysterious race of advanced beings. In many cases, it's an older, more sophisticated, or more powerful entity that shows the culture how to succeed. In Babylon, they believed civilization was assisted by the gods they called the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki were real gods to the Mesopotamians. They weren't space aliens looking for gold, but divine beings who descended from the heavens to
Yeah, I
bless
think the
humanity.
looking for gold
They
is a
gave humans the
misdirect
knowledge
by them,
necessary
by
to
whoever's
build a
running
great
things.
civilization.
Because
Oddly
it's
enough,
so
the Babylonian
stupid
sky
to think
gods
they
like
would create a
Anu
whole race of
and the
people to
Hopi
mine
word for
gold.
ant
And
is
if you could
also
genetically
Anu.
create
The
people
Hopi
like that,
word
your
for friends
technology is
is
so
Naki.
giga, you could
Put
easily
Anu
make fucking
and Naki
robots who
together,
could do it
and you've got
easier,
Anunnaki,
more
ant
efficiently.
friends. Could the
Like, you
gods
don't need
consider the
intelligence to
Hopi
mine
same
gold.
beings as
Like,
the
that's
ant
what I
people
hate
who
about
saved the
the
Hopi from
Anunnaki book.
destruction? Some believe the ant people,
It
aka
just
the
doesn't make
Anunnaki,
sense.
visited many cultures across the globe under many different names. These may have been benevolent beings from another world or from some other realm, and they came to Earth in ancient times to help out human civilizations. They didn't care about geographic location, skin color, beliefs, heritage. All they cared about was helping humans advance. Why? I don't know the answer, but I do have more examples. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh Akhenaten ruled the 18th dynasty from 1351 to 1334 BC. He is often depicted with an elongated skull. You hear a lot of conspiracy theorists claiming he looked like an alien. But what if he was actually an ant person? Akhenaten's head in sculptures really does look like the head of an ant. His almond-shaped eyes are very similar to those of an ant. He's often depicted with spindly arms and legs. Even his upper body looks more like an insect thorax than a human abdomen. Specifically, Akhenaten most closely resembles the pharaoh ant, scientific name Momomorium pharaonis. This is very strange, but I have one more coincidence that I think is going to convince you that something weird is going on. The Egyptian word Sahu is a reference to the stars of Orion. The Hopi word Sohu, spelled a little differently but pronounced almost the same, also means star. Both words, from two cultures that weren't supposed to have ever met each other, mean the same thing. Coincidence? Many believe it
That's
to mean the ant
insane.
people or the
There's no
Anunnaki
way that's
living on a planet
coincidence.
somewhere in the constellation Orion,
Dude,
and that they embedded this information in the human
like
psyche.
that is insane.
It's possible the ant people want us to find them. When they came to Earth and started teaching the Egyptians, the Sumerians, and the Hopi different ways to improve their civilizations, they also gave them clues. You can find references to the stars of Orion in almost every single ancient civilization. Could it be that the beings who helped bring humanity out of the Stone Age left hints on how to find them in our mythologies? Are all of these petroglyphs and ancient symbols designed to trace the ant people back to their home world in the stars? Let me know what you think in the comments. I'd love to know your thoughts. Are lizard people living under Los Angeles? The Hopi warned us. They said, do not enter the tunnels lest you want to confront the lizard people. Supposedly, they're living in the tunnels underneath Los Angeles, and the Hopi have known about it for years. The legend goes that 5,000 years ago, an advanced race of lizard-like people carved out a vast subterranean city under what is now LA. Allegedly related to the Mayans, these lizard people fled a great cataclysm. Maybe it was a catastrophic meteor shower or a volcanic eruption. Whatever it was, the event was devastating enough that the lizard people were forced underground, down into a network of tunnels and chambers big enough to accommodate at least 1,000 families. That legend supposedly comes from Hopi mythology, but the specifics are a little dubious. The legend is part of another legend. It's a myth within a myth. The story of the lizard people's underground city was, according to the other half of the legend, revealed to a mining engineer named George Warren Shufflett. George was given the info from a Hopi man named Chief Greenleaf. How true it is, nobody knows. But the meeting is said to have taken place in 1933. Shufflett was so convinced of lizard people living underneath Los Angeles that he invented a special radio X-ray machine that could identify underground tunnels. That's what George said, but his machine may not have worked as well as he wanted it to. The Los Angeles Times carefully followed his story as he tried to drum up hype around this subterranean lizard city. Everything he did is documented, and honestly, it's pretty bonkers. He claimed the city was shaped like a lizard and that it was hidden underneath Elysian Park and Central Library in LA. George Shufflett swore that he discovered the exact locations of more than 1,900 square feet of tunnels, with more than 9,000 feet of floor space. There were 16 places in the underground city where gold was allegedly being kept. He created a map of passages underneath the surface of Fort Moore Hill, claiming his X-ray machine had picked them up. It sounds totally crazy, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem like something that no one would ever take seriously? Well, Los Angeles took it seriously because he was given permission from the County Board of Supervisors to begin digging. He was given the green light to dig on North Hill Street to find an entrance into the underground city of lizard men. Why would the city allow someone to entertain such an incredible goose chase? The answer is money. George had made a deal with the county that he would split whatever loot he found with them 50-50. Plus, locals didn't mind because it gave them something to do during the Great Depression. Nobody had jobs, so they came out to watch this lunatic dig up LA in search of lost lizard gold. There were rumors that the Spanish had buried gold under the streets, and that treasure was there for the taking. Let's just say that nobody on the county council got a single dime out of the deal. George and his team of associates managed to dig a shaft 28 feet deep before the operation started to be plagued by, let's call them, challenges. They began running into boulders, which are difficult to dig through. Then the shaft passed the water table, and it was like trying to dig through soup. Gold or no gold, it was still a miracle that George dug as deep as he did. He managed to get 250 feet below the city, but there were no entrances,
Damn,
no
he
tunnels,
got
no artifacts, no
deep
gold,
down there,
and no
250
lizard people
feet?
skeletons. When winter came, the ground froze. In spring, when the ground thawed and got all mucky, George's financing ran out and the excavation was halted. Maybe he could have gotten more funding, but the newspapers were bored with him and stopped running the story. What happened next was a whole lot of nothing. George stayed in Los Angeles, convinced that there were lizard people still living below the paved streets. George died in 1957 in North Hollywood, leaving behind an unfinished quest for truth and a map that doesn't seem to lead anywhere. You can look at it, but don't go getting any funny ideas. Even though George was supposedly told about the lizard people by a Hopi man, there isn't any specific lore in their thousands of years of existence that discuss intelligent lizards. At this point, it's more of an urban legend than a legitimate cultural myth. Which is why, next up, I'm bringing you the very real Hopi prophecy that predicts the end of days, and it's coming sooner than you might think. The Hopi prophecy. It's known as the Blue Star Kachina prophecy, a vision of the end of civilization on this planet. The prophecy has been repeated by Hopi elders since time unknown. If it's to be believed, a heavenly being known as the Blue Star will arrive one day to Earth, heralding the beginning of the end. You're probably familiar with the concept of Native American spirits, but in the American Southwest, among the Hopi, the Zuni, the Tewa, these powerful entities are known specifically as kachinas. Think of a
Kachina.
kachina as a spirit personified in the real world, but it's not just ghosts or ancestors. A kachina can be a physical object, a location, an element, or even an abstract idea. Essentially, they are the spiritual essence of anything manifested in our physical realm. A thunderstorm can be a kachina. So can corn, the sun, a bear, or even the concept of mourning. If it exists in the universe, it can have a spirit attached to it. I'm telling you this because it's important to understand Hopi kachinas because they play a massive role in how the Hopi view the end of the world as we know it. The kachinas weren't exactly worshipped. Each one was viewed as a powerful being and often venerated and given respect, but they were never worshipped as gods or anything like that. The main thing you need to know, and this is a quote from Hopi mythology expert Barton Wright, is that kachinas are the presence of life in all objects that fill the universe. In ancient times, it was believed the kachinas would visit Hopi villages. These spirits mostly lived in the San Francisco peaks, the massive mountains rising into the sky near Flagstaff, Arizona. Whenever they came down from the mountains, they would hang out in the villages and help the Hopi with their day-to-day lives. They helped them with arts and crafts, helped them hunt, helped them grow crops, and acted as a link between themselves and their gods. Frank Waters is another expert on Hopi mythology. He helped bring the prophecy of the Blue Star Kachina to public attention. The myth says that when the Blue Star Kachina appears glowing in the sky as a brilliant blue star, the end is right around the corner. Specifically, the blue star is the ninth and final sign before what the Hopi call the Day of Purification. Sounds
Jesus.
disturbingly Christian, doesn't it? On the
Yeah,
Hopi's
it
Day
does.
of Reckoning, a world-ending cataclysm will kill everyone and destroy everything. To trace the prophecy back to its source, I have to take you back to the beginning of all things. Hopi mythology tells us that when time began, Tawa created a nephew whose name was Sotu Knang. Tawa then tasked his nephew with constructing places where life could flourish. This was the beginning of the 9 universes, not to be confused with the 9 realms of Norse mythology. I do find it unusual that 2 cultures separated by so much time and distance decided that 9 was the number of worlds they needed. One of the 9 universes
Yeah,
was
that is
reserved for
also
Tawa, the
strange.
creator. Another was reserved for Sotuk Nang, since he was the one who made them. The other 7 universes were used to house life. Remember the other worlds I mentioned earlier in the video? The first one was destroyed by fire, the second by ice, the third by a flood, and the fourth is the one we are currently living in. Each of the worlds of Hopi mythology, including the one full of insect-like creatures, is one of the universes created by Sotuk Nang. With 3 destroyed, 2 occupied by deities, and the current one inevitably going to be destroyed, that leaves 3 more. 3 chances to get it right. But how is anyone supposed to know when it's coming? According to this prophecy, the blue star will appear once humanity has entered a time of moral and environmental decline, which will be marked by widespread violence, greed, manipulation, and detachment from nature. When humanity has eroded itself beyond repair, the blue star Kachina will appear to herald a restart. It's unclear what exactly the blue star will actually be. Is it going to be a spirit lighting up the sky, or perhaps a comet, a rogue planet, or even a spacecraft? What if this ancient prophecy really does tell us how the next iteration of human civilization will end? Roughly 12,800 years ago, the planet abruptly plummeted into a mini ice age known as the Younger Dryas. While science focuses on the dramatic climate shift, alternative researchers like Graham Hancock have popularized the idea that a massive cosmic cataclysm brought about this freeze, wiping out a forgotten global civilization. Which brings us right back to the Hopi Second World, the one utterly destroyed by ice. Is that just a bizarre coincidence, or did these ancient oral histories map onto real geological events? The parallels don't stop there.
Bruh.
The Hopi
Like-
Third World was wiped out by a global flood, a story mirrored by dozens.
Like, how can any reasonable, logical person listen to this shit and just hear all these quote-unquote coincidences? Just be like, yeah, no relevance, nothing there, nothing deeper, ha ha ha. Like, it's insane.
Of cultures all over the world. If their memory of past disasters is this accurate, it gives a lot more weight to their prophecy for how our current world ends. A blazing blue comet hurtling straight toward Earth. The prophecy says that after the blue star, there comes the red star Kachina, the spirit of destruction. It's a red celestial object that will appear in the sky just before the Earth is purified. The purification could be anything. Frank Waters said that World War III would break out at the arrival of the Blue Star, and the USA would be devastated by war and corruption. There are different versions of the myth, some describing volcanoes, others earthquakes, social collapse, and extreme weather. In reality, it will probably be all of the above, but it's not necessarily about punishment. The overwhelming destruction of all things is a cleansing process meant to remove corruption and restore balance. Not to worry, though. Some will survive. Those who are pure in their hearts will enter a renewed age in which people will once more live according to the natural laws of the earth. But with one exception. On the day of purification, the true white brother will come to the earth and search for the Hopi. If this great spirit cannot find Hopi people still adhering to their ancient teachings, and if the spirit cannot find any uncorrupted Hopi men and women, none will be spared. The day that the last Hopi gives up their ancient teachings will be the day the world is destroyed and life.
See, that shit sounds like bullshit made up. Like, that's obviously bullshit made up, right?
Very
Like,
hard to trace.
but the other
There's
stuff about,
almost
like, the
no
word,
evidence
same
that the
word as
prophecy
star
being
as the
made prior to
Egyptians,
20th
like,
century. It only became
I don't know,
widely
man.
known after Frank Waters and other New Age authors started publishing books. Even their own books differ significantly from one to the next, with elements of extraterrestrials, ancient beings, and planetary alignments being ham-fisted into the narratives. The bottom line is that most modern Hopi people, including famed elder Thomas Banyakya, reject the Blue Star Kachina prophecy. Thomas claimed the legend was never part of an authentic Hopi myth.
yeah, see, that makes sense. Yeah, obviously it wasn't. It sounds like made up bullshit human maids to try and force more control onto their people.
And that it was created by people who, sadly, just wanted to sell sensational books and make some money.
Or that,
Let me know
yeah.
your thoughts on the Hopi, the Grand Canyon, and their exciting mythology in the comments. Thanks so much for watching.
Crazy. I'm not seeing anything. I think I'm losing notes. Bitch ass Druid is probably getting lucky. Oh. Fuck. I was so close to getting it, but of course, the stupid druid, dude. Like, it's like such a waste of time. I hate farming gold. Like, if I had a job, I would just buy gold. This is the stupidest fucking shit ever, man. I'm just sitting here flying around in a fucking circle. No, this is stupid. I'm not trying anymore. I'm going to fucking sit at Sokrathar's seat and just be AFK. 'Cause at least there, it's a small area and I don't have to move. I can just sit in one spot and see 80% of the nodes.
What do you think the people who worked at Langley who are trolling Google Maps and tagging pyramids, labyrinths, all these things, what do you think they're thinking?
I think some of them are like maybe flirting with it, just like, oh, like a little signal here and there, like, oh, check out this. Like, again, all of us have like trolled, so I don't know what they're doing. It's real, but
Yeah.
I think that it's just them like joking around with each other. It could be nothing, but I know it's there.
So if you go on Google Maps and you go to NASA Langley, there are people who seem to be employed by intelligence agencies and other government organizations that are tagging Google Maps in that region with
100%.
labyrinths and pyramids and all sorts of
Rocks?
crazy rocks.
Yes.
So
So I screenshotted these years ago. So one of them is this one. So here's NASA Langley Hypersonic Facilities Complex. And this is probably 3 years old. And you can see the labyrinth clearly.
oh yeah.
It's a frigging maze.
Yeah.
Now, I screenshot this years ago. Now, if we go back over to Google Maps and we go to NASA Langley right now, and you can see it, you have that photo of the building, and right next to it in Google Maps is that. Like, you can see it. It's clearly there. That is a screenshot. If you go there right now and pull up the photo, they erase that photo of that labyrinth, and the only photo attached to the facility is the facility itself.
Can
So
I
they,
see? Can I see the maze real quick?
yeah.
Because that thing looked weird. Whoa.
So again, I'm not saying anything about. I'm just saying that's a real thing, and somebody erased those pictures. And I have pictures saved of these rocks. I have pictures saved of like pyramids and crap all over the NASA.
Can I see
Langley.
the pyramids and the rocks?
I'd have to find it. There's the rocks, and that's one of the dudes who works there. I want to be careful with that.
Okay.
But I went and tracked these people down on LinkedIn and on Facebook and everything else, and they just wild shit. Like again, she works there. For that
Whoa. And what is
agency.
she posting? Look at that.
I know.
That's like a weird spiral.
Yep. But again, all of this has been scrubbed now. I was pulling it up while we took our break. All of this has been scrubbed now.
So
I saved
weird.
all of it. Like here is everything. There's a labyrinth.
It's like codes for the outside world.
Like
What is that? It's like a Black Knight UFO from the 50s.
Yeah, and again,
Sort
like
of.
they tagged all of this, and it's like, here we go. Here's one. There's one of the Egyptian pyramid things right there. That's tagged in under that agency at NASA Langley. They were just tagging shit and posting these wild pictures all over the NASA facility, and they work there years ago, and now all of these images were scrubbed. Again, I don't know what it means. I just know it happened.
That is nuts, man. Did you ever meet anybody while working there where you were like, you're on something trippy? Like you know more about reality than me.
My old tech sergeant who I worked with, who was a load master, he clearly knew something. He was very adamant. He's like, Dylan, I care about you. Don't talk about this. You will destroy your life.
Really?
Yeah. And then when I was at BAE, one of the older guys who worked for archives, had a TSSCI, and made his way to the intelligence community as a government employee. He knew way too much, and he was the same way. Like, dude, you gotta watch yourself. They don't want you around.
Like I don't understand. It's like, why are there such harsh kind of allergic reactions to?
So
Yeah.
the older guy, the way he made it sound was there are truths that the intelligence community doesn't even want to acknowledge. And that is one of them. That this subject is one of them. It's like the dirtiest of the dirty little secrets, and they don't want it out.
It's a bummer, man. Well, you've turned this really negative, horrible thing that's happened to you and your family into a positive with Vanguard. So you have this project with Matthew Brown.
Yep.
And it's to protect other whistleblowers.
That is a hope.
tell me about the project and tell people who are watching this, because hopefully a lot of people watch this, how they can support.
Yeah, we have the website up, the donation page is out there. We're still trying to keep this a little DL. We really so to be fair too and be clear, Matt and I discussed this years ago. There are multiple people who are supporting this, other whistleblowers. I don't want to name them. I want to be respectful, and if they want to talk, and then there's civilians. We have an incredible group of people who are just like, this needs to come out. We believe in this. We want to help. I know Jeff has recently fully come on board, and I think that's okay to say.
Jeff.
No, to Sully.
Okay, nice.
So, when we talk to other whistleblowers, like I said, I would love to name them, but I want to be respectful. I didn't have permission. I'm acknowledging Jeff because Jeff said I'm all in. The idea is to help whistleblowers and their families medically, financially, spiritually, emotionally. This is traumatic. You guys, we've all talked about it. Journalists and experiencers. I don't think you make it through this without coming out the other side and having a little bit of trauma and a little bit of like what is happening around me. You know what I mean? So the idea is we want to work within the medical community. We want to make sure people who become whistleblowers and have been whistleblowers don't lose their houses, which has happened. They don't have to move, which has happened. This isn't some get rich quick scheme. We're not Michael Shermer getting paid $30,000 a speech. We are literally trying to make sure whistleblowers' kids get food. Yeah, and something else, I know in the long run, hopefully disclosure happens. Hopefully they acknowledge this is true. Hopefully we get legislation. Hopefully you get restitution in all facets. This isn't just about money. Like this, when people talk about ontological shock, and this is something that Matt and I and others have been trying to explain to the scientific community, especially the medical community, is this is going to happen. And you have a group of people with Dave and all his witnesses, and me, and Matt, and Herrera, and Barber, list them. You have a group of people who not only are experiencers, but they also are whistleblowers. If you want to understand what this does to the human psyche and how to help humans, we're the perfect control group. Are we not? Like, yo, you guys not only witnessed it and were in this, you guys also stuck your
All
neck
right.
out and said,
This is
I'll die on the sword.
So this is wild. There are people right now in the Amazon jungle and they came across what they believe to be a structure in the middle of the jungle.
Galera, nós tá chegando aqui, ó. Cara, é até lá em cima. Vamos subir ali, ó. Caramba, mano, será que tem não a cidade perdida do Amazonas? Ratanambá, sei lá. Galera, cansei.
So they climb this place and they find an entrance to what they believe to be this ancient lost world. The same world that Percy Fawcett was looking for in the 1900s when he went to the Amazon jungle looking for it and never returned. And there's something weird going on inside this place.
Pegar mais um ursozinho ali, ó, se arrastando. Tem outro túnel pra cá.
As always, I'm pretty curious about this kind of stuff, so as I was digging around, I found this insane rabbit hole. Kind of connects the possibility of these ancient civilizations having some sort of connection through a network of underground tunnels. And this could possibly explain why there are certain places in the Amazon forest that are completely restricted and a no-access zone.
Existe lugar controlado pelo exército chamado Quadrilátero Maldito. O nome você já pode ter uma ideia, né?
Question is if this lost city of the Amazon forest actually exists and if it is somehow connected to other ancient cities throughout the world. Who built this? An advanced civilization? Possibly aliens?
There was a Spanish explorer who went down the Amazon River system in 1541 to 1542. He was the first European to cross the entire length of South America from west to east along the Amazon. He reported seeing incredible cities, advanced arts and crafts, millions of people, a thriving culture.
That's lucky.
Tell them that where the water is very deep, they also go into the water and transforms into something else.
Now, of course, this is just a myth, but now that we have LiDAR technology and that we actually found massive structures hidden within the Amazon forest, this might all just change.
Yeah.
Pessoal, olha só que coisa curiosa isso aqui, gente, ó. Bem no meio da BR aqui. Olha só isso. Beira da estrada, pessoal. Eu vou ver até onde nós conseguimos ir.
So let's take a look into what these divers found in the Amazon forest, if it has any strange connection with underground tunnels, Grand Canyon, ancient Egypt, and if aliens are somehow involved. This is the page. These are the water warriors. They are miners and divers, basically mining things, diving in the Amazon River. And these are the videos of them actually coming across this mysterious structure. This, if I'm not mistaken, is the first video. Let's take a look at it.
Galera, nós tá chegando aqui, ó.
Oh, I remember these. These videos are old.
Ó a ilhona aí. Estamos se aproximando. Toda vez que eu chego aqui
But
perto,
they were still
mano,
fucking
é doido,
insane. Like,
impressionante.
this shit is real.
É muito. Ó, olha aí, galera. Nós vai tentar. Vamos tentar entrar aqui hoje, galera. Vamos ver se vai dar certo.
There's something there.
Já tá as pedras.
Could be some sort of ancient construction. That's odd, isn't it?
Cadê? Cara, eu fico impressionado com aquela caverna ali.
That's a cave.
Aqui vai rio.
So this is a video from January 11th. This is the first time I think they came across this place.
Ó a caverninha ali, ó. Caramba, mano. Será que isso aí não é aquela Ratanambá? Não tem não, a cidade perdida do Amazonas? Ratanambá, sei lá. Cara, ali é tipo a entrada. Então,
Yeah.
cara, é até lá em cima. Galera, é tipo um abismo, galera. Lá em cima, ó. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo pegar pra vocês, ó. Caramba. Aqui, viu? Aqui nós conseguimos pegar. Galera, vou te falar, hein.
So this is where they first find this place. It actually looks as if these are perfect blocks, square-shaped blocks in the middle of the Amazon jungle.
Yeah.
Before we get to take a look at them climbing this place and going into the caves, this kind of reminds me of this place in the Amazon forest in Peru. Natives don't let anyone get close to it. That is crazy. Look at that. There are no videos of people climbing this place, getting close to it, just by plane. These, for instance, are some pictures where you can actually see it's kind of a pyramid. It looks like it has angles. It actually looks like a perfect pyramid in the middle of the Amazon jungle.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That alone tells me that there's something going on in the Amazon forest. So let's take a look into part 2 of this video, him actually coming across this place and trying to find somewhere to climb it.
Assim, ó. Vai mais ali na frente. E aqui, ó. Ali, assim, tem aqueles desenhos antigos na pedra. Ó. Tá vendo aí, ó? 2 orelhinhas pra cima. Caramba, velho.
Yeah, so... Oh my gosh. This is like...
Cuidado, hein?
Wow.
Tem muito abelha.
Well, I guess as treasure hunters and divers, it's like if they find something, they can actually profit from it, I guess.
Vai tentar se aproximar. Tá aqui os meninos tudo com medo. Entendeu? Ali o Francisco tá ali na frente.
Oh my gosh.
Aqui tem muita ortiga, cara.
What?
Ó, galera.
Nah, wait. What?
Nós vamos ir.
Eles fecharam a entrada, cara.
Wait a second. Wait a second. What is that? Look at that.
Entrada, cara.
Wait a second. Wait a second. What is that? Look at that. Look at that. This seems like a structure, like blocks that went one after the other. I could be wrong.
Ei, galera. Olha, galera, a altitude aí, ó. Entendeu? Nós vai tentar chegar mais ali em cima pra vocês verem. Deixa eu virar aqui a câmera.
Now at this point over here, in the beginning of the video, it looks as if...
Ortiga, cara. Ó, galera.
At this specific point of the video where he points the camera towards these holes, these three holes and these three over here, they look like they're very symmetric to one another. Like there was something that would fit in there. So this kind of reminds me of a video from Brian Forrester. Yeah, that's the one. So in this video, he shows a bunch of square-shaped blocks in Peru. And in them, we can see these perfect circular patterns, very similar to what we're seeing in the Amazon forest. The difference is, in this case, it's very obvious that this is man-made. And it's very similar to what he also found in Egypt.
Well, this is just one of several examples that we encounter, especially here in Egypt, as well as in Peru and Bolivia. We're encountering very sophisticated work.
So what I think is very similar in this case is the symmetric pattern that we see in the Amazon forest. I'm not saying that this is man-made. It could be a coincidence. So let's find out.
Eles fecharam, galera. Olha o corte ó, aqui era uma entrada, ó. Tá vendo ali, ó? Aquele amarelo. Eles consigo filmar mais de longe. Galera.
Whoa, wait. Look at that. Oh my.
Yeah, that is without a doubt a structure.
Pera aí.
Yeah, that can't be a coincidence. Look at that. That over there. There is a perfect fit. As if these rocks have been put together.
Aqui, ó. Nesse quadrado aqui, ó. Era uma entrada. Olha, galera. Ó o desenho.
So at this point, most people were thinking maybe this is just a coincidence. When they find a cave in the entrance, they actually find some markings on it. Let's take a look at this.
Isso aqui é o paredão de pedra. Vai até lá, ó. Atrás, entendeu?
Wait a minute, what is that?
Atravessar aqui.
That over there. What is that?
Ali, ó.
Over here.
É o paredão de pedra.
Then right before they actually go into the cave, they find this square formation once again.
São encaixa, ó. 1, 2, 3.
It's really weird how there's a bunch of perfectly square-shaped rocks put on top of each other in the middle of the Amazon jungle. It could be a coincidence, but then they go into the cave and they find this.
Aí quando chegar lá, o Rodriguinho subiu aqui já.
Galera, é uma cavernona, galera.
Olha só, gente. É o trem.
Galera. Gente, o que é lá? Cadê? Olha aí, cadê? Ai, meu câmera. Cadê? Minha cabeça no céu.
Cadê a luz, pô?
Ok, cara.
What is that?
Cadê a luminha lá dentro lá?
Segunda mão pra vocês. Primeira mão pra vocês, não é segunda mão. Primeira mão pra vocês.
Cara, é tipo uma... O que mesmo isso aí? Uma sala de estar.
Um negócio de árvore pedrificada, pô.
Olha aí, olha o detalhe.
Raiz de árvore, sei lá.
Olha o símbolo na parede, pegar, ó.
Atento a todo momento, né? Galera, vou botar aí.
So at this point, I kind of get the feeling that they should be there. They know, and they're scared. Then there's this moment that they record the cave entrance, and again, you have this perfect symmetric shape.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like naturally made. And then after going deeper into the cave, they come across this very weird marking on the cave wall. Doesn't look like it's natural to me. So what is that?
Hartalis.
That's weird.
Quer uma tocha aqui que nós colocamos?
Yeah, like some of these markings actually look like they're symmetrical.
Aonde? Galera, esse risco aqui.
Okay, so that's weird.
Não, sério mesmo, esse risco aqui. Olha do jeito que ele é desenhado.
Yeah, that's not natural.
Tá vendo? Tipo uma hashtag, jogo da velha.
Yeah, that's not natural.
Não, sério mesmo.
Yeah, there's something really weird about this place. So they continue on going deep into this cave.
Galera, a altura. E ali, ó, os meninos, ó, o PH mais o Wilson vindo ali, ó, se arrastando. Pessoal, aqui tem um túnel pra cá, ó. E pra lá tem outros. Pra lá tem outros, pessoal. Já que eu vou...
Oh my gosh. So at this
It's weird
point,
how
it looks as if
adamantite
this
isn't
place is
spawning,
no
yeah.
coincidence. It somehow seems like it was built, but it doesn't look like it was built by an advanced alien-like civilization. But even so, it looks like this is not some random place in the middle of the Amazon. I don't know why, but this cave kind of gives me the vibes that they're gonna find one of those alien eggs inside. Now, thinking about that, it brought me to this video over here.
1973, Eric Anton Paul von Däniken would publish a book that would change the world. Because of this publication, Eric is thought of as the pioneering advocate of the ancient astronaut theory. He was solely responsible for bringing the ancient alien hypothesis to public attention. His book, Gold of the Gods, included extensive research regarding a lost and very ancient city buried beneath most of Ecuador. In the book, he would detail talks with a man known as Janos Juan Moritz, a figure who had managed to extensively explore the abandoned ancient underground tunnel systems. The entrance to this forgotten world is entered through the Cueva de los Teos, the
Oh,
Teos
my
cave.
razor's done charging.
While
Time to
exploring,
shave.
Janos claimed to have stumbled across a secret passage which led to rooms filled with mounds of golden jewels and coins.
So he apparently came across these statues and depictions of what is believed to be aliens in the ancient worlds. So let's take a look at this Cueva de los Teos.
¿Se escuchan? ¿Qué tal, chicos? Estoy en la cueva de los tallos.
Oh my gosh. Oh my, this is definitely not natural. It doesn't look at least like it. Yeah, that's weird. Same pattern. Yep. Brings me to the same feeling I get when these guys are inside this cave in the Amazon jungle. So apparently there's this guy, Father Crespi, with a bunch of alien-like artifacts from this cave.
Este metal oro puro. Oro puro. Pure gold, the old man said. Pure gold.
Any archaeologist who
Vaya, este es el faraón.
the Sumerian,
Permítame.
Babylonian,
El faraón, no, ese es el faraón, no, el rey de Babilonia.
Now you're telling me they found Sumerian-type objects in Cueva de los Teos in Ecuador, not to mention the fact that this is like a hybrid animal. And this, of course, leads a lot of people to believe that there's some sort of alien intervention that happened in the distant past.
flag that appears in von Däniken's book. You can get some idea of the scale of this. This particular character here, I've noticed, appears on the cheek of Chief Mayambi, who is the military head of the Suarez down near Las Cuevas de los Teos.
Now, how big of a coincidence is it that we have these Sumerian-type objects in this cave in Ecuador? Now, these are some of the other objects that they found. Look at this. What is going on? Yeah. That's weird. Okay, so can someone tell me what this
My
is?
hair out the way
Is
so I
this
don't
like
actually cut my
Bigfoot?
hair.
You gotta be joking me. So there's just too much going on with this Father Crespi's artifacts. I feel like there's possibly evidence of Bigfoot, hybrid animals, and possibly even aliens. So as I was looking into these artifacts, I came across this one. This is a very similar artifact that was found by a treasure hunter in Brazil while looking for Ratanabá. At the time of watching this video, I thought it was fake. then I realized that it was very similar to this Father Crespi artifact. We're gonna get to this video in just a few minutes, but I just can't shake the feeling of how similar Cave of the Kairos is with this pattern found in the Amazon jungle. Not to mention that in one of the tablets owned by Father Crespi, I see what seems to be similar markings as the ones found in the cave in the Amazon jungle.
Yes, guys. Não, sério mesmo. Olha esse risco aqui, galera, ó. Não, tipo uma hashtag.
It could be somewhat connected to this lost city of the Amazon forest known as Ratanaba.
So for the
If
last
there's anybody
100
watching, tell me
years
if
or
this
more,
is
the
too loud
idea
and I
of
can
an
mute my mic or
advanced
something.
ancient lost civilization hidden deep within the Amazon has been considered by many to be nothing more than a myth perpetuated by European explorers such as Percy Fawcett and his lost city of Zeus. But yesterday, stories emerged that one of these lost cities was found. Using LiDAR image scanning, a team of researchers flew over a remote part of the Amazonian jungle in Bolivia, where they found a sprawling ancient city complete with an entire water distribution system, monumental platform and pyramid structures, and also found in the area were more than 600 miles of man-made causeways and channels built by the ancient Amazonians.
Wait a second, this pattern reminds me of something. So when we get to this lake, if we time travel, what? Oh my gosh. What is going on here? It looks like some sort of computer chip inside of a lake in the middle of the Amazon. And what's really weird is that it's basically just on these two lakes. What is going on in this lake? Why does it look like this? Huh. What's going on in the Amazon? Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's a good question there,
Anyways,
James.
there's just too many coincidences. Could it be that there's some sort of connection between the Grand Canyon, ancient Egypt, the Mayans and the Incas, and this lost city of Ratanaba? And could it be that it's somehow connected to an advanced alien-like civilization? Let's find out. So I found this video over here.
Pegou em algo aqui. Olha aí. Com toda licença.
So a couple of years ago, Ginio da Selva Aventuras found this object, which is very similar to the ones that was shown by Father Crespi. At first I thought this could be fake, he was doing it for views, but he is using a metal detector and he is used to finding these things all over the world. So in this case, he is in the Amazon jungle searching for Ratanaba and he comes across this.
Agora arrepiou mais ainda. Dá uma olhada nisso aqui. E agora, isso aqui, gente. Era de algum viajante. Opa, tem barulho aqui dentro. Fez um barulho aqui dentro. Dá pra ver que tem coisa aí dentro, ó. Dá uma olhada aí, amarelou aí. Eu vou pegar um pano ali. Dá uma olhada aqui dentro. Com toda licença. Com certeza Alguém deve ter morrido por isso. Olha aí, ó, uma peça com certeza que comprova que
Yeah,
são
this is
coisas aí
fake.
da Cidade Perdida. Com certeza isso.
Now, this could be fake and he's doing it for views, or he actually came across some sort of artifact that looks like a Mayan or Inca statue. It could just be that he's really close to Ratanaba. Unfortunately, location is not disclosed, which kind of discredits a bit of his work and the video itself, but yeah. So while researching the topic, I came across several articles that state that there's a supposed underground tunnel that goes from northern Peru over to southern Brazil. Take a look at this. Yeah, so this is supposedly the entrance that was closed, forbidden, and this is the supposed underground tunnel. 4,800 kilometers. This is crazy. So these are photographs that people took while trying to actually get through this. Wait a minute, in ancient times, people could not have dug a tunnel that long. Could they?
Besides the famous Incan road that is as long as 40,000 kilometers, which, by the way, is so long that even including modern highways, it would be the second longest road ever constructed. Good time to mention that they didn't use a wheel, right? How did they build it? Then there's also the Pirabiru Road, which extends from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And both of these roads go through the most difficult and diverse terrain there is.
Weird that to this day, these are considered like the longest roads in the world, and they were built a long time ago. One of these roads is actually parallel to this supposed underground entrance and passageway between Peru and Brazil. So it could just be that this legend of an underground tunnel isn't just a legend after all. Then there's also the fact that there are a bunch of videos of people trying to get into these tunnels.
kind of ran out of battery because this thing is hella old, so.
tunnels, and no one knows where these things lead to.
It's decently good.
Pessoal, olha só que coisa curiosa isso aqui, gente, ó. Bem no meio da BR aqui. Olha só isso. Ó. Na beira da estrada, pessoal. Eu vou ver até onde nós conseguimos ir. Bem interessante. Provavelmente, ó, começaram, ó, uma mina, não encontraram nada e...
Eu tô preocupado.
Pararam.
Oi, gente.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so here we have very similar rocks to the ones that we saw in the Amazon forest. This is kind of interesting. What the heck is this place?
Na testa. Filmando aí.
Oh my. This was recorded in Machu Picchu. And
Oh,
as
Machu
seen in other videos, this person is in Machu Picchu over here. There's no evidence of an underground tunnel in this video, but it is said that in this particular place in Machu Picchu, you can actually get to southern parts of Brazil through a tunnel. So, not sure. While searching for more information on these mysterious tunnels, I came across this. Now, this is all in Brazil. And there's a bunch of them. It's not just in one or two places. There's a bunch of them. Researchers think as this was done by a giant animal thousands or maybe millions of years ago. Other researchers disagree. They say that this was done by something else.
Yeah, it was just some animal that was just tunneling through hard cliffside rock.
By an ancient civilization. Is there any evidence of such a thing? So while searching for this, I found an interview with this guy, Julio Rock, a guy who worked with the military in the Amazon forest for quite a while, and he explains how there are certain places who are forbidden, a no-access zone. He also talks about how there are many UFO sightings in the Amazon forest.
Existe lugar controlado pelo exército chamado Quadrilátero Maldito. O nome você já pode ter uma ideia, né? É lugar onde está infestado de doenças tropicais, leishmaniose, malária, febre amarela. Todos aqueles animais peçonhentos que você já viu em documentários, tá todos lá. Ele falou, o que vocês estão fazendo aqui? O cara desceu de helicóptero, é o resgatista, helicóptero do exército, que voa à noite, todo mundo com óculos de visão noturna, desceu e falou, eu quero saber. Eu falei, não, curso. Ele falou, não vem com esse papo não, cara. Ninguém anda aqui. Legião Estrangeira, SEAL, ninguém anda aqui. O que vocês estão fazendo andando aqui à noite? Quem escuta pela primeira vez fala, papo de maluco. Não é papo de maluco. Não é papo de maluco, não é. Os OVNIs, eles não voam por aí. Eles aparecem. Por quê? Porque eles saem desses portais. Um exemplo, quando você coloca um óculos de visão noturna no rosto, você vê coisas que você não vê sem o óculos.
So there's possibly something down there in the Amazon forest. Let's take a look at this. Let's search for...
What the fuck is this guy waiting for? He's just taking forever to mine it. I helped him kill. Alright, I'm done. I've done as much as I can do.
Not sure this is in the Amazon forest. Some people in the comment section are saying this is in Germany. Let's take a look at others. Wow, that's actually amazing footage. Very similar to the previous video that we just watched. I'm not sure if the first one was in Germany or in the Amazon forest. Both of them kind of look like we're looking at the same type of UFO. Which brings me to a very interesting interview with this native from Dakota of Earth channel. He says this native tribe is in contact with aliens, and what he has to say kind of connects with the Grand Canyon mystery of these underground cities and how there were supposed underground tunnels that connected these cities to other places in the world.
The Grand Canyon is not just an American sightseeing location. There are strange and dark secrets that lie within. Some have even encountered a gateway to a hidden world. In 1909, the Arizona Gazette published an article about an expedition funded by the Smithsonian. This expedition was led by a man named G.E. Kincaid, and he discovered an ancient underground city within the Grand Canyon. But here is where it gets interesting. This city was filled with artifacts from ancient Egypt, hieroglyphs, statues, and even a pyramid. How did ancient Egyptian relics end up in Arizona over 5,000 years ago? Is it possible that they had access to flight? But it gets even stranger. The Smithsonian seized all the artifacts and shut down any further exploration, which led to 90% of the Grand Canyon being restricted till this day. The canyon is lights and sounds coming from these depths. The Hopi tribe, a tribe native to the region, speak of sacred underground cities known as the Sipapu. These cities are believed to be gateways to the underworld.
Now, from all of this Grand Canyon mystery, there are two things that actually happened. The Hopi tribe actually talks about these underground cities, and the Arizona Gazette actually published this article in 1909, but the rest was never proven. Now, this is where this interview with this native comes in. This was published by Dakota of Earth in 2021 in Sonora, Mexico. Check this out.
This town, a lot of people are in communication with extraterrestrials. A lot of people, and it's very common.
In contact with them, how? Like through taking like medicine or just normal?
Just normal. His uncle who made this for us, he's all the time. If there's something, I don't know, a motor or something that needs to be repaired, nobody knows how to repair it.
Oh shit, that's what I'm using the board for now.
Dreams, they come to him,
but we can actually just use
Pancho's father, he's traveling
that
all
cord.
his life with them. They come and they take him to other planets, they train him, they cure him, they show him things. And a lot of people here are like this.
Says that the uncle also told him that where the water is very deep, they also go into the water and transforms into something else. Says that sometimes under the little boat, the water, they will see like a huge circle, underneath it.
No son delfines ni era ni mantarraya grande, era un círculo grande.
It's curious how many of these tribes all over the world talk about seeing the same thing. UFOs, aliens, and how they possibly helped build some of these ancient sites.
Não, mas folheia aqui, vai. Vê se vocês já viram algum ser desses aqui. É só uma curiosidade, gente. Pode folhear se quiser. Isso aqui você já viu alguma coisa assim?
Esse chama-se Mayushibo.
Isso aqui?
Sim. Mancunawabu.
Sério? I don't get it. It's not like...
Mancunawabu é que mora debaixo da terra.
Eu falei, eles nem entendem o conceito de alienígena.
São Nainawayushibo, quer dizer, pessoas morrem e fica eles naquele vagando nesse mundo.
Desse jeito aqui?
Sim.
Now, I'm not sure if the divers actually came across Ratanabad, the lost city. There's something really weird about this place, and I'm not sure what it is. But if we take a look into the LiDAR findings of these massive constructions and structures hidden within the Amazon forest, the Grand Canyon mystery, the ancient Egyptian pyramids, and these drilled holes that we can find in these pyramids, also in Peru, and many other ancient constructions, it all kind of connects. Is it possible that there were ancient advanced civilizations that helped build these places? If so, the question is, where are they now? What do you think? Don't forget to leave a comment, smash that like button, share this video, subscribe to the channel with notifications on, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Oh, wait, no, that's fine. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Okay, I don't know what the hell is going on. My controller won't work. Fine. Oh, okay, so it just like upgrades them? Their rank, I'm guessing? Okay, yeah, I see.
Okay, there may be a few things I can shore up.
That was the point of reserves. Kind of cringe. Like, I only get to have 3 people fighting at once? What?
Still climbing.
I didn't have to see the other one. I'm like, yep, that's what I want. Okay, we're just gonna try to go for the biggest play here. While I'm doing this game, I can just go look at my phone. So what did I get right there? Oh. I like how this is my first round. This is my first time ever seeing anything in the game, and I just picked up the broken meta instantly. Roll. Nice.
This is going better than I expected.
Wow, 10% more stats. I was gonna say, wow, you got through my shield.
I'm not even tired yet.
Okay. Okay. Always just pick the challenge encounter. Why not? Oh, this is quite bad. I am in danger. Okay.
That's going to be a problem for them.
Well, he had a 73k shield. Holy crap. Holy crap, I mean. Okay, cool. Just refresh and get nothing. Relic for? I mean, that's what I should have been doing, just chain buying all the relics.
I don't want anyone getting hurt anymore.
There's a team size relic? Oh, fuck. Alright, well. Oh, okay, I just instantly died. This game is... Okay. I don't know, I'm good. That was a game, I guess. Like, I don't like this. That you have to do some real degenerate shit for hard mode Australian. So I didn't realize this would have come into play during raids. First things first. Walk over here. Handiwork. Actually. Hey, one Bellinor going. Here's the other one. Huh? Are you fucking kidding me? There you go. That's so difficult. Okay. And do this one now. Oh, and now I just need 30 always computers. Oh, Tartaria Vault. Okay, this should be good. Cute British guy talking. Why is it so loud?
There is a photograph I keep returning to. It was taken in 1925 in the Brazilian interior, and it shows a man standing at the edge of a clearing he was never supposed to reach. Percy Harrison Fawcett, Lieutenant Colonel, Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, a man trained to observe, record and report exactly what he sees. He walked into that forest. He never came back, and 3 governments spent the next decade making absolutely sure nobody followed him. I've been sitting on this footage for 8 months. 8 months of cross-referencing expedition logs, colonial archives, and documents that were, and I want to be precise here, not declassified, documents that were simply misfiled in places they shouldn't be, accessible to anyone patient enough to look. What I found changed how I understand every map I've ever trusted, because Fawcett didn't disappear. Not exactly. He arrived. He found what he went looking for. And whatever that was, whatever he was standing in front of in those final unrecorded days, was considered dangerous enough that the silence around it has been actively maintained for 100 years. The question was never what happened to Fawcett. The question is what happened when he arrived. We're about to walk the same path he did. Let's establish something first. Percy Fawcett was not a romantic. He was not a fantasist. Before he vanished into the Mato Grosso in April of 1925, he had already completed 7 grueling expeditions into South American interior territories. Surveys that were officially commissioned, methodically documented, and accepted without controversy by the Royal Geographical Society in London. He had mapped rivers that European cartography had never acknowledged. He had negotiated with indigenous nations that official colonial records described conveniently as uncontactable. He was not a man who saw things that weren't there. So when Fawcett began writing in letters, in field notes, in private correspondence with colleagues about what he called Z, we have to ask ourselves a question. Not whether he was confused, not whether he was delusional, but why a meticulous, decorated, institutionally credentialed surveyor became, in the final decade of his career, increasingly insistent that there existed, somewhere in the unexplored Brazilian interior, the physical remnants of a civilization of staggering antiquity and scale. He called it a city, a buried city, stone, organized, old in a way that challenged the accepted sequence of human development in the Western Hemisphere. He wasn't guessing. He had sources, among them a document he referred to as Manuscript 512, held in the archives of the National Library of Rio de Janeiro. An 18th century Portuguese account attributed to a Bandeirante expedition of 1753, describing the discovery of a ruined city in the Bahian interior, stone archways, inscriptions in an unidentified script, buildings of a scale inconsistent with any civilization the Portuguese believed had ever occupied that territory. The document exists. It is catalogued. You can request it. What you cannot easily find is any serious institutional engagement with what it describes. The silence around that document is deafening, and Fawcett knew it. He wrote about it. He said in correspondence with a colleague in 1920 that the academic establishment had no interest in revising what they have already decided. That is a remarkable thing for a Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society to write. It suggests he had tried. It suggests he had brought the question forward through legitimate channels, and some mechanism of institutional closure had met him on the other side of it. But here's the thing. Fawcett was not the beginning of this story. He wasn't even close to the beginning. Go back almost 4 centuries earlier, 1541. A Spanish conquistador named Francisco de Orellana descends from the Andes and becomes the first European to navigate the full length of the Amazon River. His chronicler, a Dominican friar named Gaspar de Carvajal, keeps a detailed account of the journey. And what Carvajal records consistently, repeatedly, across thousands of kilometers of river is not a wilderness. It is a civilization. He describes cities, not villages, or cities stretching along the riverbanks for kilometers at a time with populations he estimates in the hundreds of thousands. He describes roads connecting settlements. He describes organized agriculture at a scale he finds difficult to comprehend. He describes ceramic work and textile production. He describes, in one passage that scholars have since handled very carefully, towers of white stone visible from the river. Now, the standard academic treatment of Carvajal is that he exaggerated, that he was a friar seeking to impress his superiors in Spain, that the scale of what he recorded reflects wishful thinking rather than observation. This raises a simple but critical question. Why would a friar, a man whose spiritual credibility depended on honest witness, fabricate the existence of cities that could, in theory, be verified by any subsequent expedition? Why invent something checkable? And why, if he invented it, do the specific details he records, the dark, rich soil, the scale of the riverbank settlements, the organized road networks, align so precisely with what modern archaeological work has begun, slowly and reluctantly, to confirm? The official explanation collapses here because we now know, and this is not contested, this is published in peer-reviewed archaeology, that much of the Amazon basin shows evidence of large-scale pre-contact human modification. The terra preta soils, the geoglyphs visible only from the air carved into the Amazonian earth in geometric patterns spanning hundreds of meters, the causeways, the raised agricultural fields in regions that conventional models said were too hostile to support complex settlement. Carvajal wasn't exaggerating. He was describing something real, something that was then, and this is where it becomes impossible to ignore, almost entirely gone within a century of European contact. Not transformed, not assimilated, gone. Let me introduce you to another figure. Cândido Mariano da Silva Rondon, Brazilian army officer, founder of what became FUNAI, the Brazilian agency responsible for indigenous affairs. A man who, between 1890 and 1930, spent more cumulative time in the Brazilian interior than perhaps any other person with access to pen, paper, and institutional authority. Rondon mapped, Rondon surveyed. Rondon laid the telegraph lines that connected interior Brazil to the coast. He was accompanied in 1913 and 1914 by Theodore Roosevelt himself, an expedition whose official account, published as Through the Brazilian Wilderness, is a fascinating document, not least for what it doesn't say. Roosevelt mentions, briefly and without elaboration, that Rondon showed him certain features of the landscape that he was not able to include in his published account at Rondon's specific request. Read that again. A former president of the United States on a co-led scientific expedition notes in his own published memoir that a Brazilian colonel asked him to omit specific observations from the record. What were those observations? We don't know. Roosevelt honored the request. Rondon, in his own extensive published writings, doesn't return to the subject. The gap is there, in plain view, sitting in the published record of one of the most documented expeditions in the history of South American exploration, and that's where Rondon becomes impossible to ignore. Because Rondon was not a careless man. He was a man of fierce professional integrity who believed demonstrably in the responsible management of information about the Brazilian interior. Which prompts a very specific question. What kind of information requires that kind of management? What does a surveyor see that causes him to turn to an ex-president and say, quietly but firmly, don't write that down? The deeper I went into Rondon's declassified correspondence, the more I noticed a pattern, not of lies, exactly, but of careful, deliberate incompleteness. Descriptions that begin and then stop, references to formations that are not elaborated upon, reports filed to the Brazilian military that are noted in indices but have never been located in their original form, not lost, noted in indices, present in the cataloguing system simply unavailable. Let's talk about the speed. This is something that doesn't get discussed enough. When we examine historical moments in which evidence of pre-contact Amazonian complexity surfaced, genuinely surfaced, in ways that the institutional apparatus couldn't immediately categorize, the response time is, in retrospect, extraordinary. Fawcett disappeared in 1925. Within months, the Royal Geographical Society had issued a statement categorizing his expedition as a private venture undertaken against institutional advice. This is technically true, but the framing is worth examining. The effect of that statement was to preemptively discredit whatever Fawcett might have been moving toward. If he found nothing, he was a romantic who died for a fantasy. If he found something, well, he'd already been officially characterized as someone operating outside the bounds of credible inquiry. Heads I win, tails you lose. Multiple search expeditions were launched in subsequent decades. Some of them, organised by Fawcett's own son Brian, made it reasonably far into the Mato Grosso before being turned back by disease, by terrain, and in at least 2 documented cases, by explicit intervention from Brazilian military authorities, who cited, variously, territorial sovereignty concerns and indigenous protection protocols. Both of those justifications are legitimate on their face. That's what makes them so effective. You cannot argue against protecting indigenous populations. You cannot argue against Brazilian sovereignty over Brazilian territory. And yet the practical effect of both justifications in every documented case was the same. The search stopped, the coordinates remained unvisited, the interior remained officially unmapped in the specific areas Fawcett had indicated. This raises a simple but critical question. Not whether the justifications were sincere, not whether the individuals involved had good reasons, but whether the outcome, repeated, consistent, geographically specific, can be adequately explained by coincidence.
Alright, Senara. You won the first round. I didn't have enough damage. Lean to boost me, Orsurk to boost the PAL, Vanworm to boost me and the PAL, because it is a fire PAL. Not sure if it would be better to swap in some more player boosting stuff, but I did want to have a sort of hybrid player build here. We misclick. Great start.
European and he's female character. Every time, man. Every time.
Keep holding a little bit too little there. Maybe a revived potion ready to go? What's it doing? Oh, psych gravity. No. Hacker.
And now we wait for it to fade. Need to wait for the entire thing to fade. He can tank that. He's a tanky boy. He's gonna heal right back up because his attacks are off cooldown. Can you... What else is there? Yeah, healing. Wait. Alright, so a dualith and a dualith Noct build here. We're gonna be running God of Destruction, Serenity, Legend, and Immortality. Just as well with these split attacks against hard mode, Sonara, and Astralim. A Pokemon dualith Noct build here. We're gonna be and thanks to boosted at 7,200, a little bit higher stat here on the Noct variant, but then it is a Dark Pal, so it's gonna suffer against the Meteor Rain and stuff like that, but I'm gonna be trying to swap between them, so letting one use its attacks, maybe mount up and do a couple, swap to the next one, see how the Immortality effect and the healing potions work out with that, then Sylvagus for myself, just to have some bonus shields so I can focus mostly on mounting up without really having to play that safe. Then Celestia Noct, 80% attack increase, and Orsurk with a 150% attack and defense increase meant that I think I could also just skip the Doomwood here, which would have boosted both of them. So just playing it a little bit safer. If you feel confident, you can swap this out for a Doomwood. And then in the inventory we have the Grass Baton, the Ground Baton, and the Dark Baton, giving that Pal attack up level 4 and the Element enhancement. And then the Dogen Emblem, a little bit of attack for me and for the Pals, but mostly the Pals are the ones that are going to be doing damage. I have way less without my Celine, no headshot boosters, nothing like that. So I'm mainly just here for that Orsurk buff. So we're gonna jump into the fight, just gonna use some healing meds here on the Pals, and then some attack.
Dude, this guy has full yellow gear. No way he's farmed that much. I put in disgusting amounts of hours, and that guy, nah, dude. People are fucking cheap. Alright, I'm cursing, so I can't stop the cursing part of myself. I will stop, though. Solicitor Nocto is a good call.
Pack food on fight, just gonna and jump, so that's super good. Oh, good thing I did meant to 2 in 1 line up if I just swap between the Pals. What attack is that? We don't care about that. He's gonna heal right back up. Attack number 2, how's your health? Pretty good. And attack number 3. And then I'll let him do like a Bog Blast so I don't...
I need to see something. Because either these people are fucking cheating or hardcore is default hard mode. Let me see what normal looks like. Okay. 1/1/1s. It's all 1-1 actually too. Oh wait, no, I take half damage and I take 2 times damage. Okay.
The evidence suggests something much larger than coincidence tends to produce. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, deforestation in the Brazilian state of Acre began revealing something that had, quite literally, been hidden under the canopy. Geoglyphs, geometric earthworks carved into the Amazonian earth, covering an area of approximately 13,000 square kilometers. Circles, squares, octagons, some of them nearly 300 meters in diameter, arranged with a geometric regularity that is, depending on your assumptions, either evidence of sophisticated surveying technology or a remarkable coincidence of natural formation. Except they aren't natural formations. No one argues they are. The academic debate is not whether they were made by humans, it is who made them, when, how many people it required, and most importantly, what they were for. The official consensus as it currently stands is that these were ceremonial enclosures, gathering spaces, the pre-contact equivalent of a village green scaled up significantly. And maybe that's right. But here's the strangest part. The geoglyphs are found, with remarkable consistency, at the edges of what we now know to be the densest concentrations of terra preta soil and domesticated tree species. They sit, like markers, at the
Okay, wait, I was like,
the
there's no
biological
HP
systems
drain.
described earlier. Some researchers working, it should be noted, largely outside of institutional funding structures.
Because I don't have a saddle.
Have begun to suggest that the geoglyphs may have functioned as something closer to infrastructure than ceremony. Boundary markers, drainage systems, orientation grids for large-scale landscape management. If that hypothesis has any substance to it, and I am not claiming it does, I am asking whether it might, then what we are looking at is not a series of scattered ceremonial sites. We are looking at the physical infrastructure of a managed landscape, a civilization that operated not by clearing the forest, but by engineering it.
I definitely need mortalities
Not coexisting
on my
with
attacker
nature, designing it.
if I'm
And that
using
would
Noct.
require a level of biological and geographical knowledge that our current historical models say simply did not exist in this hemisphere at the relevant time period. The official explanation collapses here, not dramatically, quietly, incrementally, under the weight of its own accumulated exceptions. Now we arrive at what I consider the most unsettling aspect of all of this. Not the geoglyphs, not the terra preta, not the domesticated forest species or the buried cities or the sealed archives. Each of those individually can be managed, each of those individually has an explanation that fits within the existing framework, if you're willing to stretch that framework a little. What cannot be easily managed is the coordination. Because this is not an Amazon story. The deeper I went, and I want to be precise about this because the research took months and led in directions I did not anticipate, the more clearly a world-spanning pattern emerged. Pre-contact civilizations with evidence of large-scale landscape management, biological systems built into the soil in the forest canopy, geometric earthworks at the margins of those systems, and then, in each case, an abrupt break in the continuity of the archaeological record, followed by institutional management of whatever came after. This pattern exists in the Amazon. It exists in the great river valleys of sub-Saharan Africa, where archaeologists have found evidence of large-scale pre-contact water management infrastructure that the accepted model says was beyond the organizational...
Wait, I haven't even been watching Plasmood's full power? Is that real?
It exists in Southeast Asia, where the hydraulic civilization of Angkor, which we know about, which is famous, which is studied, may represent not an isolated anomaly, but a regional example of something far more widespread and far less examined. It exists, as we discussed in previous episodes, in the systematic transformation of European park systems in the 1850s through 1890s, a period during which, across multiple countries and multiple administrative systems, with no apparent central coordination, the composition of urban forests was dramatically altered. Provider trees were removed and replaced with ornamental species, and the institutional memory of what had previously occupied those spaces was quietly archived rather than celebrated. The same period, the same pattern, multiple continents, multiple administrative systems with no obvious means of coordination. This is the problem that doesn't go away when you try to rationalize it. Not why it happened in the Amazon, not why it happened in Europe, not why it happened in Southeast Asia, but how. Something that required, at minimum, a shared understanding of what was being removed and why manifests across...
Damn, so he's getting up to 7,400 attack, and that's without Orzurk's bonus going in.
Who was coordinating? Through what mechanism?
Just I need Vampiric or Immortality on it.
Leave no trace in the conventional...
Alright, XENOLORD, fine.
These are not rhetorical questions, they are the
Give you
questions
Immortality from
evidence
Musclehead.
accumulated and laid side by side actually generates now. I have to stop here and bring in something from our previous investigation, because it matters more here than I realized when we first looked at it. We examined the possibility that the great natural parks and ancient forests of the world, Białowieża in Poland, Yakushima in Japan, Aokigahara at the base of Fuji, may not be natural at all in the sense we understand that word. We looked at the hypothesis that these forests were remnants of something more intentional, self-sustaining.
Oh yeah, Immortality
call them what you
almost
will.
completely
Once
counters.
fed, housed and organized
Good.
human populations in ways that our current agricultural model has no framework for understanding. And we looked at the systematic transformation of old world urban parks in the late 19th century. The removal of what some researchers have called...
Like, that guy's cheating for sure.
And the
Oh, like, I'm just gonna give myself a bunch of material so I can make videos.
Ornamental species that serve
Aren't,
no nutritional function.
but still.
I want to connect that thread here because the Amazon forces you to. The terra preta soils of the Amazon, the famous black earth that appears throughout the basin in concentrated patches, are not natural. This is not a fringe claim. This is the established consensus of soil scientists and archaeologists. The terra preta is anthropogenic. It was created, it is extraordinarily fertile, it self-regenerates, and it exists in exactly the places where Carvajal reported large-scale settlement.
Let's see.
Someone made that soil. Someone built a biological system into the earth itself that would continue producing, continue supporting life for centuries after whatever happened to the people who made it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, and the trees. The specific distribution of edible and useful tree species throughout the Amazon is not random. A landmark study published...
Yeah, that is some significant damaging.
Academic literature without cultural reckoning it arguably deserved, found that the areas of the Amazon most densely populated in the pre-contact era correspond directly to areas that today have statistically anomalous concentrations of domesticated or semi-domesticated food tree species. Brazil nut, cacao, acai, peach palm. species that produce reliably and abundantly without being planted anew each season. Is this a forest, or is it a system? Is it wilderness, or is it something that was built, left running, and that we have been walking through for 5 centuries without understanding what we were looking at? The pattern repeats with unsettling precision. Białowieża, Yakushima, the old growth forests of the Pacific Northwest, and here, in the Amazon basin, at a scale that dwarfs all of them combined. Systems that appear natural, systems that produce, systems that, when you remove the assumption of wilderness and look at the distribution of what grows where, begin to suggest design. Who designed them? When? And why, in each case, does the institutional response to that question follow the same pattern: acknowledge, narrow, redirect, and ultimately shelve? If this is the kind of question you find yourself unable to stop thinking about, if you're the kind of person who reads the footnote before the main text, this channel exists for you. Subscribe. Leave a comment below with which thread you want me to pull next. I read all of them.
Holy jump scare. Hello? Can you wait? My mic working? Okay. Hello.
I can't hear you, dude. What's up?
Yeah, no, my.
No,
Yeah, like it wasn't working. It was strange.
that's weird, dude. You having a good day?
I mean, it's
You
a
having a
day.
good day, Nate?
How about you? How's your day?
It is pretty good. Pretty rocking. What did you say your day was okay?
I mean, it's whatever.
Sucks, buddy. Did you check out Guild Run at all?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
You didn't like it? Damn, okay. What didn't you like about it?
Your teams are way too small. There's not real synergies. Balance is questionable.
I mean, balance is questionable, but I found like there's like I was able to get relics that were like your tanks do this or
Yeah,
your
but
vanguards do this or
it's like I'm playing TFT that only goes up to like 4 people or like 5 people max, I think you could have.
yeah, it was 5 people. It might be 5 or 6.
It's like I'm playing TFT with 5 people and like a third of the combinations. I don't know. It just didn't hit for me, man.
That's fair. If it didn't hit for you, it didn't hit for you. You know, it's good. I like the different level up paths. I think are really cool. I'm a little bit sad that it doesn't have like the synergies of like TFT, where it's like you know you get 2 mages is this and 4 mages is this and 6 mages is that, something like that. But I was still able to sometimes like the synergies are just like naturally like, hey, you have a bunch of poison characters, now you have a poison relic, and now like everyone gets a, you know.
Yeah, but I feel like I don't know.
That's fair. I'm not trying to say like you should like it because of this. I just
Yeah, no.
talk about the game. So it's cool. No, but funny joke. You didn't want me to throw it? You didn't want me to throw it?
Thought for sure it was gonna be Neil when you called.
Yeah, dude. Why'd you think that?
Because you're like, I'm not gonna be around tonight.
Yeah, I have to go at 6. That makes sense why you think that.
Alright, I'm gonna AFK. Well, not AFK, but take care of a few things. I'll be back.
Okay, dude. Later. Have fun.
Oh yeah, definitely.